Hello, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Italian Poker Sport main event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. And you can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, we've smashed a hole off the numbers, the amount of players for this one. 5,166 players, putting up €380. You can see there's 183 players remaining. This is the Italian Poker Sport 50th edition. My name is Action Dan. I will be your broadcaster for the duration of this event. I'm really excited for this one. The winner going to take home more than €200,000. That's not including the €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Let's see who we've got at the table as the action has got underway. Good evening, KML. Good evening, Johan the Man. Good evening to anyone tuning in on Facebook, Twitch, YouTube, wherever that may be around the world. You are very welcome. What's set to be a mammoth event. The average stack 1.4 million. Small blind 25k. Big blind 50k with a 50k running big blind ante. Lorenzo will take the blinds and antes with that one, with his ace-4 of diamonds. One thing is for sure, we always smash the guarantees at Kings, but there is something in the water. 5,000 entries, over 5,000 for this one.
Perhaps the next round.
There is perhaps a huge poker boom for live poker tournaments happening at the moment. The Kings at the forefront of it all. Find out all the information you want about this resort at the website www.kingsresort.com. 5,166 entries is just phenomenal stuff. As Razzie asked, is King's Casino newbie friendly? King's caters for all levels of competition. If you've never played before, come on in. All the way up to the highest of stakes. The sports fan says, did I tune into the PSBC? An Irish guy. The Irish guy you speak of was commentating for me on King's stream only a month ago. Tom needs a special mention and shout out for his efforts in the PSPC, turning a massive profit of $165,000 from what seems to be virtually nothing. He satellited in, won his platinum pass, and away he went. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Enrico raising to 100k, and Benas with the ace-10 of hearts, rejamming from the button for 12.5 big blinds with Enrico makes the call. We've got our first all-in and call of the night. The flop is Jack 9, 4, 2 spades. Enrico's still ahead, and Benas going to need some help with his ace 10 of hearts. The turn gives him a straight draw. He can now win with a king. King or an ace on this river. But it is the 6 of spades, giving Enrico a set of 6s to eliminate Benas in 177th place. Expect action to be fast and heavy, as there is still 177 players remaining in this one.
And I was a little bit sad because this was a monster for me. It was the very best hand since I think 4 rounds.
All players guaranteed €1,799 currently. The first 12 finishers in this tournament will all receive a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. And first prize of the Italian Poker Sport main event will take home €213,000. That looks very right, Johan. Thank you. The orange chips are 5k, blue chips 25k, grey chips 100k. And on the Jack 5-3 2 spade board, Kemal flopping 2 pair, bottom 2 pair, turning a full house, 400k in the middle. And it is Radek in the cutoff with his ace deuce of hearts is going to keep barreling. Barrels about half pot for 200k. Suddenly there's 800k in this pot as we see the river. River is the 8 of hearts. Good evening, Apocalypse. Welcome. And Kemal stopping his opponent from bluffing any further amount. Leads 350k. This is okay. We don't want our opponent to check back with a hand that he might call with on the river for this sizing. But if we are telling the story, we might just check a third time, let our opponent hang himself further if he does have a hand he is willing to bluff with. See the disparity of the chip stacks. 3 or 4 stacks at this table in between that 50 to 60 big blind zone. The chip leader out in front with 76 BBs. And Mikel Callo, early position, King Jack off suit, playing the guts of 60 big blinds. Coming in for a raise, it looks like. There's 4 of those blue chips. That's good for 100k. Lorenzo Gaeta on the button, ace queen off suit. Our chip leader at the table, it looks like. With the 3 bet to 300k, 3 times the original open. That's going to be enough to take that one down. How are you all this evening? Hope you are all well. Let me know what you had for dinner. I have far too much meat today. I think I must have had about 3 dinners. All the better to fuel me with, my dear. Get through the late shift. This Kemal raises to 110k on the button with queen 10 off suit. Small blind gets out of the way, and Dennis in the big blind. Dennis Crush going to complete with his a7 off suit. King 10-9, 2 diamonds. Inside straight draw for Kemal. The betting lead will take that one down with a small bet. Perhaps Dennis would have continued with the ace of diamonds in his hand, but without that, Shadow Dan says he has a ton of chicken wings in the oven right now, as our celebrity moderator Facial Twitch hops by, as you would expect, for the Italian poker sport main event. Good evening. Radek just with the limp. With the Jack 10 of diamonds. This is fine. Could have opted to raise, but deciding to mix things up. We can see Dennis with the 2 Jeffries in the small blind here is going to bump things up. 4 times the big blind to go, 200k. Radek going to see a flop. Doesn't want to see a jack. Only 1 left in the deck, and there it is. Jack 9-5, 2 spades. Radek with top pair. Dennis with the set of Jeffries. No jacks left in the deck. Oh my God. Radek has put it all in and got snapped. This is horrific. How the hell did that happen so quick? 5.3 million in the middle. Jack 9-5. Where did it all go wrong? The turn is the 4 of spades. No player with a spade in their hand. Radek Bing, bang, boom. We'll be left with about 2 big blinds. They're shoving 50 bigs over the 2.5 big blind. C-bet. That is overkill, to say the least. As Dennis rubs his hands together. What a payday for him. It's not Christmas until December. It's only just past January. What a Christmas present that was. Radek will say his goodbyes. No, he won't. He's still playing 2.5 big blinds. But he's going all in blind. Wants to exit after losing that much chips with his Jack 10. Chip of the chair, buddy. Sit back down. It ain't over till it's over. Till the fat lady sings. The moderators are out in force in the Action Army on Twitch tonight. Great to see it. We'll keep things nice and lively on this Sunday evening. Sunday night even. The night show. Bit of confusion here for Radek. He's trying to put his chips in before it's him to act. And look at this, he's picked up a stellar hand, pocket tens with his last 3 big blinds blind. What are the chances? Kemal in the hijack with ace jack of spades. Three bet coming from the ace jack of spades. He's giving, I believe Enrico folded, giving him protection, but he's not right back in it. But he'll have 12 big blinds should he win this flip, which he will 41% of the time. The flop, queen 9-5. Radek is good so far. Turn is the deuce of hearts. The river is the 8 of spades. Sit back down, Radek. You ain't gone yet, buddy. Oh, what a hand to pick up blind under the gun. Facial Twitch asks who's calling me fat. I called myself fat. I've eaten too much meat today. I'm still doing keto. I'm finding it difficult, but I'm getting increased amounts of energy. My training's going well, so I ain't going to stop anytime soon. No sugars, no carbs. That also means no beer. No sugary sweets or drinks. Apocalypse, the Dawn is getting ready for a match at WrestleMania. I watched the end of the Royal Rumble. I did like the theatrics and the bromance that was decimated. Thank you for your recommendation. I don't know if I'll be watching WrestleMania, but I'm sure if there's something mesmerizing, I will have to tune in to get updated. Yeah, as Hydrad says, 5,166 entries. Holy wow. Yeah. Holy cow, holy wow. Radek picks up another pair. This is absurd. Pocket fours against Mikkel's ace 7 of hearts. The Elimination Chamber. Radek with pocket fours. Mikkel with ace 7 of hearts. Ace king 8 is the flop. Great start from Mikkel with his top pair. Third spade hits the turn. 10 of spades. Radek now with a flush draw. Can he do it on this river? No, it's the deuce of clubs. Radek has been eliminated. A very few entertaining hands from Radek, but in the end, not win that flip. Mikkel crosses the 3 million chip mark. Yes, Shadow Dan, you are correct. None. Next time maybe will be Paddy's Day. Can drink as much whiskey as you want. I just have chose 0 for a while. And to be honest, drinking any spirits without sugars, just getting drunk without sugars in general, it's kind of like washing your feet with your socks on. Dennis raising to 110k here from the hijack with his ace-jack offsuit, and Enrico with the decision on the button with queen 10 offsuit.
Second time, that time I have ace king. Minimum. Maybe ace or jack.
And he will take it down. David, ace deuce of hearts, all in for his last 10 big blinds from early position. As KML says, last time he's at the Kings, he's playing 500 and the blackjack table. Whoa. Easy there, Tiger. Go easy on the blackjack table. Holy cow. I'm not surprised you were comped bottles of Moet. As Martin with the decision with the ace-5 off suit. The problem is this is basically for his tournament. So he's going to have to let it go because the raise coming from early position is indicating that we of strength. Apocalypse says he's close to getting tickets to go to America to see the Elimination Chamber WrestleMania. Actually, Apocalypse, I didn't watch all of it, obviously. I watched the highlights and the ending, and then I really liked this guy called Rick Rubin, and I was listening to a podcast from him, and he said his favorite thing to do at night to fall asleep is watch wrestling because it relaxes him. And I thought that that was very interesting because I wouldn't have pegged it as something that I would put in the category of relaxation. Enrico in the cutoff, 8-6 of clubs, playing 44 big blinds, give or take. Let's it go. Uh-oh, we've got action. Mad Pot with the Kings. Kings on the button with the race, 145k. Martin picks up 2 Jeffries in the small with the rejam. And it's all in and call quickly. We've got just over a million in the middle. Up for grabs. Mad Pot way out in front, 85% with his Kings. The 2 Jeffries, 15%, or they will be out the door. King in the window, King 7-4. Bar runner. This one is going to be all she wrote. Turn comes the deuce of spades. Jack peeling off on the river, but a little bit too little too late on this occasion. As KML says, he's kind of been bummed out he missed out on this tournament. I think aliens from space are annoyed they missed out on this tournament. This is just wow. Great English there, yeah. This is just wow. But what an event. Kings smashing the whole off this one. Well over a million in the prize pool, 213,000 euro for first, and that's not including the 10 grand ticket that's up for grabs for top 12 finishers. Them numbers are correct that you see on your screen, the top right hand corner. 5,166 entrants. I was wondering earlier, I was like, oh, this one is starting very late. I wonder how many people's left. Couldn't believe when I seen the numbers. Nearly 1.7 million in the prize pool. Telling you guys, there is a poker boom like no other that's happening at the moment in live poker tournaments around the world, and kings at the forefront, as I aforementioned, as Enrico min raising and taking this one down with his ace king off suit. Then it's now after that massive hand with 6 jack past 5 million, 1.5 big blinds he's playing now. Short stack is David Taborski with 12 bigs, and you've got everything in between. No one really short other than that. Mad pot raising to 125 from the cutoff with 9-8 off suit. And on Queen 7-3, Lorenzo in position on the button at the 10-9 of hearts. We're going to have to let it go to the small bet from Mad Pot. Mad Pot's disguise really on fleek here. He's got the hat and the mask. I don't even know. I don't believe he's wearing any glasses. They're not around his ear anyway. Completely covering his face. Well played, sir. The seat beside him currently held by a ghost. Ghost Malone. As Apocalypse has informed the class, 587 buy-ins for the win. For the winner of this tournament, the Italian Poker Sport main event. Mikel folding the all-in from David Taborski. Looking to see a card, and David shows. It's amazing what happens. Shy baby don't get no sweets. If you ask, sometimes you shall receive. It's amazing what information you can pick up at the poker table if you ask the right questions at the right time. A lot of the time, trying to get additional information at the poker table is a shot to nothing. Worst someone can do is say no. Lorenzo gets the min-raise through with the king-jack offsuit. Dennis raised 110k from the cutoff with the ace-9 offsuit, and Mikel with the decision on the button with ace-8 offsuit. Could opt to 3-bet this one. Playing 60 big blinds just about to start the hand. Looks like he's reaching. Chips made it over the line, but still behind the button. 3-bet to 330,000. Dennis quickly showing his ace-9 and folding. Got to be careful giving away that kind of information, because that can really get used against you later on down the line. Now his opponent knows that Dennis is folding a hand as strong as ace-9 offsuit. Now, I don't think there's anything wrong with folding to the 3-bet there, but if we do that, start showing our opponent what we're capable of folding to 3-bets, he's going to start 3-betting more frivolously, and sooner or later you're going to be like, why did I show that earlier? So in general, best to just muck the ace-9. But he's also showing that, look, I'm not messing around here. I had a hand. There's the other side of that there. Then over the top of the 4-bet, we're going to get more respect, because we've been shown to fold a hand as strong as ace-9 to a 3-bet. A few different ways of looking at the same situation. Variety is the spice of life after all. Dennis right back to action. The following hand with the exact same hand, the ace of hearts and 9 of spades. Mikel with the decision again, this time with queen 9 of diamonds. This time just deciding to call. Lorenzo in for a penny, in for a pound, calls the additional 60k. Five, 6, 8, 1 diamond is the flop. Open ender for Lorenzo. Good shot, straight draw, backdoor diamonds working for Mikel. And inside straight draw for Dennis. Over $1 million in this pot now as we see the turn, and look, it's the 7 of spades. Mikel and Dennis both having the straight now. Lorenzo's pair of 7's not going to be much use to him on this board. And Mikel could bet something around $500,000. Half pot seems good to me. Goes for exactly half pot. $500,000 is the bet. Going to get paid by a 4 from the big blind. Sometimes 2 pair will come along for the ride. Especially multi-way, we want to size up, not down. Betting a call. This pot now at 2 million as it runs out a straight on the board. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Both players with the 9 in their hand, of course. Now Dennis checking. And if I'm Mikel, I would just go for it all here. Over bet jam. And if I'm not over bet jamming, I'm going to be betting at least 1.2, 1.4 million. Mikel, good bike. Mikel moves all in for the 2.3 mil. Don't touch the chips, Dennis. They're not yours yet. Let the dealer do that, sir. Now Dennis is just trying to decide, is there any way his opponent has the 9-10 and he's beat. But when it straight runs out on the board and we have a card that makes our straight higher, I don't think folding is an option. Just asking for a count, verifying everything before he puts his chips over the line. He does do that, and we will chop this one up. Slow roll kinda, says KML. Well, yes, he's just, we can see that there's no way he's folding. He's just trying to get a count. Mikel likely doesn't shove. He could have a bluff trying to get his opponent off chop pot, but the way it played out, he's going to have a 9 in his hand a lot of the time. Apocalypse asked a very good and interesting question. Dan, it's Dawn, by the way, but Dan will do, yeah. Action Dan or the Dawn? And how do you think playing multiple hands against the same player back to back impact your thought? Does it change how you approach the second one? I would say this is very player dependent, but that's a very generic answer, so I'll try to answer it more specifically. In a heads up battle, you've no choice. You're going to play multiple hands with your opponent, and the dynamic can change very quickly. You get to know each other's game. You've got to mix up your bet sizing, your ranges, your bluffs, your value bets, your checks, your bets, everything. But if you're at a full table, it's going to happen less likely. But if I'm opening, say, for example, in the cutoff or the hijack, and I get 3-bet by an aggressive opponent beside me, and he does it, say, you're on about if it's the second time, strike 3 and he's out. Like, if you're gonna let someone do that to you 3 times in a row, every time it comes around to you and it's your turn to open, getting 3-bet for the button, you've got to take a stand. You either call in position, call out position, and try peel one off, and not be afraid to go post flop, or 4-bet yourself, or limp and then just call if they raise on the button. You've got to mix up your strategy. It's like if you were going into an octagon or a wrestling match and you were doing one move and it didn't work. You can't just go in and try jabbing the same way. You've got to mix it up or change up your strategy, otherwise you are going to get destroyed. As Safwan Bahri has joined the table, one of Dorian Melhair's crew, I do believe. Friend of the team, friend of the stream. Safwan Bahri. Watch out for this guy if he's in Dorian's crew. We've seen him a few times at the feature table felt, and he is not shy about playing pots. Check out his Hendon mob if you don't believe me. Mikel with 2 ladies. Mikel just raising to 120k. Pocket 8s of Kemal coming along. The flop 7-6-4. 3-way action here, folks. Lorenzo with the 8-7 of hearts. Top pair, inside straight draw, backdoor heart draw. Kemal with an overpair, but it's inferior to Mikel's overpair in the pocket queens. Bet a 155 and a call from Mikel. Now action on Lorenzo. All 3 call. We will see the turn. Turn is the king of diamonds. Goes check, 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 and the river, the five of spades. Kemal and Lorenzo gonna get to split this one up. Very interesting the way that one played out. Queens could have elected to raise.
Nice river, my guy. Nice river, my guy.
Deciding to play that one cautiously. Could have decided to. I don't. Giant Dad says, why doesn't Queen Queen raise the flop? That's a very valid point. I think it's okay to check the turn. All the sides of the pot. No, it's unlikely either of our opponents are going to hold a king in their hand, so perhaps a small bet is superior to checking. The more I think about it, I think he should just be trying to get his entire stack in the middle. It's just too passive with an overpair. What more do you want? It is amazing, KML, how much people can be thrown off by those donk bets. Good point. KML says, yeah, it's confusing if you don't know the opponent because it means different things with different players. Well, on the button, 3 betting to 305,000 with the ace queen of spades. Mad pot with a very unorthodox call here. Not usually going to call a 3 bet out of position with a7 off suit. The flop is queen 6-6, 2 diamonds. Mal top pair, top kicker. And a bet and a fold. Important to note, the blinds have gone up. Small blind 30k, big blind 60k with a 60k running big blind ante. 147 players remaining from a starting field of 5,166. If you are just tuning in, this is the Italian Poker Sport main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I am your broadcaster, Action Dan, your host for the duration of this event. I do like that name, Mad Pot. Do like that name, Mad Pot. As Tall Mountain says, hi Dan, nice to hear you. You're the first person to ever say that to me, Tall Mountain. Thank you very much. Hope you're well. Merry New Year to you, sir. Lorenzo in the hijack, ace 3 of diamonds. Lorenzo with the min raise from the hijack. Kamal calling with king queen off suit from the cutoff. Ace 8 deuce is the flop. 2 spades. Top pair with a 3 kicker for Lorenzo. Not much in it for Kamal, but he does check over to his opponent out of position. Kamal gonna fire something at this 125k. Lorenzo comes along. Turn is the 7 of clubs. Turn goes check, check quickly. The river is the queen of hearts. Safwan, the raise to 125. Pocket 8s from under the gun, and Miguel in the small blind with queen jack of clubs. Call a 95k, and we will see three-way action. King 10 6. Three checks. We see the turn. Mikel now with the nuts. With the redraw in case he's stuck. Got the clubs working for him as well. Mikel checks, Enrico checks with his pair of 10s, and Safwan 3 overcards to his pocket 8s. Probably best to just let this one go, but deciding he's going to do something else. Different ideas from Safwan. Bets $250,000. Mikel just with a call. River the deuce of hearts. Safwan deciding whether he could try bet his opponent off a king or a 10, but I think overall it was one and done for Safwan after the flop being checked through. Mikel will show the nuts. Yes, back to that hand, Giant, Dad and KML. If he's playing sub 20 bigs, it's just a jam on the flop with all that extra juice in the middle, regardless of whether it's a donk from the blinds from one of his opponents or not. Yeah, I'm getting fired up here as 142 players remain. Just the second level. It looks like we're going to have 5 more levels tonight. Levels are 45 minutes each. So brew your coffee, get out the midnight oil, because this is going to be a late one. Mel taking that down, 150k added to his stack with the blinds and antes, currently at 30 and 60. Lorenzo with the min raise. The ace-10 off suit. Lorenzo betting 100k takes that down. Jamal raising with the Jack 10 of hearts to 130k, and Enrico with the decision in the cutoff with Ace Jack off suit. Playing sub 40 bigs to start the hand. This could be a good candidate for a 3-bet with the Ace Jack. Make it in or around 400k. 420 sounds good to me. Did come in for a 3-bet to 400k, like this sizing. And I would have liked for Kamal to see a flop there with such a pretty hand in the Jack 10 of hearts. I know he was dominated on this occasion, but Jack 10 of hearts is going to play so well post flop, even if we are out of position. We want to have some of these in our calling range. Any Jack 10 suited, doesn't have to be hearts. Just for the record. And that kind of goes into the category that when your opponent finds out that you are folding a hand as good as Jack 10 suited to a 3-bet, he can loosen up his 3-betting range. Jack 9 suited and 10-8 suited is getting to the border of do we just let it go, but Jack 10 and Jack Queen suited, you've got to just see a flop. And it's a good 3-bet by Ace Jack offsuit. These are the hands we want in our 3-betting range in position against the opener. We block aces, ace king, ace queen. Safwan raising to 200k from the cutoff, and Kemal had limped under the gun with king jack off suit. Interesting limp from the king jack. Eight, 4, 8 is the flop. Kemal leading into his opponent on the 8, 4, 8 for 225k. This is a very unorthodox donk lead, and I suspect Safwan will sniff this one out. You just raise to about 550, 600k. Goes for 600. Safwan going to take that one down. Dennis with the ace 10 of hearts, raising to 125. Mad pot in the cut off with ace king off suit, playing 15, 16 and a half big blinds to start the hand. This is one of the hands we want to be rejamming. Goes for the lot for 975. King Jack of Hearts for Enrico. Look at this mad pot with the aces. And the decision. Three betting to 335k. Now this will look extra strong to the rest of the table because the previous hand he's just re-jammed and now he's suddenly going for a 3-bet. So this is very polar. It's either at the very bottom of his range or the very top of his range. More likely the very top of his range. He's just going to go for a 3-bet. Not saying there's anything wrong with not moving all in. Moving all in for all of Mad Pot's chips to be too much in this particular situation, but alarm bells will be ringing when he does that off that stack, having just re-jammed the previous hand. I like Mikel's badge that says top 1%. Well played. New player to table, Peter. Not going to try pronounce his second name on this particular hour of play. Hello Bird, good evening. Just in time, buddy. Safwan, ace 9 of clubs. Ten, 8, 4. Rainbow is the flop. Dennis with the pocket sevens in the small blind. Goes check, check. The turn with the King of Hearts. Dennis checking once more, and Safwan going to delayed continuation bet here to 200k. Gets Dennis to release his sevens.
Diciamo essere più di moda, più intenso invece. Sì. E io infatti ho bisogno di vedere un po' ogni tanto.
Mad pot, picking up kings, having just had aces a few moments ago. Mad pot with the raise to 145. Hold around to the big blind. Lets the 7-3 off suit go. Shows the kings. Give them a look at how good he's running the last few hands. Ace, king, aces, and kings. Get that man a can. Peter now with the Rockets. Yes, Bird, just in time. Ace, king, aces, kings. Now Peter with aces. Just literally in the last 5 hands. Incredible stuff. Safwan with the chance to flop a set for 90k more, playing 3.42 million. The flop is ace, jack, deuce, 2 diamonds. The ace is taking that one down. No set for Safwan this time. Enrico raises to 125 with the king 8 offsuit, and Safwan in the small blind, ace jack offsuit. Mad pot doing something funky. It looks like a raise to about 350. 345k is the 3-bet. Interesting hand choice to do this with. Button against small blind against big blind. Yes, blinds are currently 30,000, 60,000. And Safwan releasing very quickly with his ace jack. Mad Pot getting mad respect on that occasion. As the lads in the chat, did we hear about the guy that resigned in second place and heads up play? I did see something about that on Twitter, and all I will say about that is, and heed my words, you can pry the last of my chips from my dead cold fingers if I am heads up. If I am heads up, I am going to war. Stay until the job is done and that trophy is in my hands. Blinds are up now, yes. 40k small blind, 80k big blind with an 80k running big blind ante. There's 130 runners still remain in this behemoth event that attracted 5,166 entries. €380 buy-in, smashing the whole off that 1 million prize pool. The prize pool coming out at just shy of 1.7 million. Kings now for Dennis, raising to 175k, and Enrico in the cutoff. The ace 10 offsuit. I presume in that situation, though, a deal had been reached that they were just playing for the trophy, something along those lines. If not, it sounds ludicrous. It sounds ludicrous anyway to just get up and walk away in the middle of a heads-up battle before the battle has even commenced. You know, bring your horses and your army to a war and then turn around at the last second. Ah, lads, you know what? I'm having second thoughts here. Let's go home. Three bet coming, 450k from Enrico. Oh wow, action. Peter waking up behind with the two red ladies in the big blind. This is just cruel. Peter going all in for his last 1.17 million. Dennis is going to posture this one. Let the Hollywood commence in 3, 2, 1. Well, he does have to realise there's been a 3-bet behind and a shove from the big blind. King's going to be too strong, of course, but I wouldn't like if the hands were switched and it was Peter with the two ladies. Either way, it's all got to go in when he's playing 4.5 million. He can risk 1.5 million total. Dennis running very well here so far. He had a huge gift earlier for a 5.5 million pot. Now there is 2.9 million. He's got his kings crushing Peter's queens. 88% for the kings of kings. Two red ladies going to need help just 12% of the time. They will prevail. Eight, deuce, deuce is the flop. Peter needs a queen and a queen only. Where's the lady? He's going to need a lady on the river or his main event will be over. It's a jack. Peter has been eliminated. Dennis will be playing 6.4 million now. Pocket tens for David, just 340k getting called by ace 5 offsuit. So 260k more from Lorenzo. The flop, Queen 7-4, 2 spades. David in great shape here, 80% as we see the turn. Turn is the jack of diamonds. Lorenzo down to an ace and an ace only. Doesn't get there. David will double up to 760k. Playable stack of just under 10 big blinds. Safwan raising to 175 with ace queen of diamonds from the hijack. Lorenzo calling with the 8-7 of clubs from the small. Flop is 9-6-4, 1 club. Good flop for Lorenzo. Safwan backdoor diamonds to go with his ace queen. We'll check, and the turn is the 10 of hearts, giving Lorenzo the straight. Checks once more. River coming at 10. It's got to be time for Lorenzo to bet now. $500,000 in the middle. Bet about 350 here. $300k is the bet. Safwan checking the flop and the turn is going to have to pay off one bet on the river. Beating a lot of draws out there. Holding ace high. Really good sizing from Lorenzo to get paid there. Betting 60% pot. 125 players remaining. Another new player to the table, Cyprian. The ace-8 offsuit. Constantinescu. Cyprian Constantinescu. Now that's my butchered pronunciation for... Oh wait, it's gone past midnight now. Start the day with a butchered pronunciation, I guess. Two lads with their hoods up in red. They've got the Monday hoodie on. They're feeling hella cool tonight. One's Diesel, one's Adidas, it's okay. They're also from different places and wearing different glasses. I think we're going to be able to tell the difference. Never fear, Dan is here. Kemal, ace king offsuit on the button, raising to 175, and David Taborski, a very rejammable king 10 offsuit, deciding to get out of the way. Can't let too many of those go with the blinds and antes coming around fast, hard and heavy. Dennis calling with the queen 5 of spades in the big. Flop coming queen 9 deuce. Dennis flopping top pair now, also with a flush draw. Kemal, 250k to call. Will call after checking back the flop. Just under $1 million in the middle as we see the river. River is the 8 of diamonds. Dennis going to bet $500,000. Gets a quick fold from Kemal. David Taborski all in on the button with ace-5 offsuit. Dennis with the decision with King Queen offsuit. Does call the 520k more, so 1.28 million in the middle. David going up. Basically a coin flip. It's a fair fight. 48% for the ace 5. King Queen 52. Jack 5 deuce is the flop. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. Dennis now. A lot of outs going to this river. David still in the lead. Needs to hold. River, the ace of diamonds. That is nasty. David has been eliminated. Dennis running very hot currently. Up over 7.5 million. This guy absolutely, genuinely sun running his face off so far. But he's a long way to go yet. No limit hold'em. Poker tournaments are a fickle mistress. Yes, KML, on the money, son. Most likely it's a bit too early. Took the words right out of my mouth. Well, you didn't, because I said it first, but I'm sure we were thinking it at the almost exact same moment. It's telekinesis, bro. Sometimes I'm very clever, sometimes not so much. You wouldn't believe what I know, and you wouldn't believe what I don't know. As 122 players remain, all players still guaranteed €2,048. There is a page unblooming soon of about 250. As the average stack creeps over the 2 million mark. Miguel all in with the A7 of diamonds from the small blind. Easy there, Tiger. It's not your turn yet. Lorenzo now going to fold his Queen 9 of hearts. Most likely would have opened that, but knowing Kemal was moving all in, saves himself some chips. Kemal with the King Queen of spades. Kemal, the 10-8 offsuit. Raising to 175, will get 3-bet. Sorry, there was a disruption with the graphics. Dennis raised to 175. This thing is going nuts. It's in a calculator. It's in a GTO solver. Okay, we're back. Dennis raised from the hijack. Mikel 3-betting to 500k. Mikel, knowing that Dennis showed him 3-bet folding earlier, Mikel 3-bet and got Dennis to fold an ace-9 offsuit. And the very thing is happening again. Mikel 3-betting once more, and this is going to make Dennis think he's getting out of line, but we can see this is not the case on this occasion. Dennis with the decision. He has all the chips. He's going to go for a 4-bet here. This is exactly what I said was going to play out later. If his opponent has seen him fold ace-9, it's going to be going through Dennis's head that he was getting bullied if this happens again. It's happened again, but this time Mikel has the goods. Mikel loving this now. The 4-bet coming to 1 million. Mikel shoving for 2.355 million more. And that's poetry, folks. I could be wrong. Rarely right. Except that time I was right to be wrong. But I believe if Dennis hadn't showed that ace-9, perhaps he would not have 4-bet there with the king-10 offsuit. And Mikel would have won a slightly smaller pot. But as it stands, he got the 4-bet fold out of his opponent. He takes that one down. Well, yes, KML, but I mean, he's got 7 million chips or 6.5 million left. I think he's going to be fine. No giant dad, the ace king didn't fold. The ace king jammed all in for 3.35 million, so it was 2.355 million more. And got Dennis to fold the king 10 offsuit because Dennis had 4-bet to a cool million. By the way, I think Dennis's 4-bet is fine. I just don't believe we would have seen it out of him not this early in the tournament, but he just was no need to do it had he not been 3-bet by Mikel earlier. Yeah, Dennis leveled himself into 4-betting. He's overthinking the spot because of previous incidents that have took place. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Safwan getting out of the way, having opened the button. A call from the small, and Cyprian shoving his queen 10 offsuit gets it through. Good awareness there by Cyprian, deciding it was dead money in the small blind, and Safwan, a very aggressive player, deciding to take that one down with the queen 10 offsuit with the rejam from the big blind. Gnarly stuff from Cyprian. I wasn't really expecting the rejam there. Dennis with the raise to 175 with the king 10 of clubs. Aces out in force tonight, as is tradition. Mikel's turn to get them this time. 3-bet to 500k. The guys touching each other. Bit out of line, but friendly camaraderie at the table, I guess. Action back on Dennis with the king 10 of clubs. Wants to see a flop. Why not? Very deep. We go post. 1.2 million in the middle. Queen 8 deuce is the flop. 1 club. Mikel with the bet of 400k will take that one down. Safwan raising to 175. The pocket fives and Lorenzo with the Jeffries in the small blind. Three bet incoming. That looks like about 800k. No, a little bit less than that. 650, 640. Safwan quickly folding. Mad pot with the aces again. I do not believe this, really and truly. Just incredible. Raises to 180k, and Lorenzo on the button with ace queen of diamonds, going to come along for the ride, of course. Small blind out the way, big blind with the 10-8 of clubs. New player at the table, Glenn Davies. Three-way action to the flop, 660k in the middle. Game with the 10-8 of clubs, aces for Mad Pot, ace queen of diamonds for Lorenzo. The flop is queen jack deuce. We've got action. Wow. Mad Pot with the overpair, Lorenzo top pair, top kicker, Glenn flopping the world here with a flush draw and an inside straight flush draw. Mad Pot taking no chances, he's all in for 1.3 million. Well over the pot. Twice the pot here. Just jamming from the hijack. And Lorenzo is going to look him up here, and then it's going to be back on Glenn. What is Glenn going to do with such a massive draw? What a flop. This is just crazy. What an action-packed hand. So we've all in and all in. You can see the size of the pot already, 6.5 million. And now this is for Glenn's tournament. I don't know about you, ladies and gentlemen, but I don't think I'd be calling here. Our hand looks better than it is. It really is a 10 high flush draw at the end of the day. Yes, we can hit it straight flush on the 9 of clubs. I don't think we can call here. We are getting really good odds, like if you were to run it against the pot odds, but you're not getting good pot odds if you're going to be smashed and behind. He only had 37% chance to win. And now, as it stands, 3.4 million in the middle. Mad Pot with the aces. Lorenzo with the ace, queen of diamonds. Lorenzo going to need a lady. And a great fold, it has to be said, for Glenn Davies there. Some people would just put that in and hope for the best. Stick it in and think of Ireland, but it's just not good enough in this situation. Reads the situation correctly and gets out of the way. The jack of the diamonds comes off on the turn. The jack of the diamonds, the river, the 6 of diamonds, no good. Mad Pot, sit back down. Lorenzo takes a hit. Whoo! It's a spicy meatball in the King's Resort tonight. Action packed, first few levels. We love action. No KML, that's an old one, but then I forgot that Glenn is not Irish, he is English by the looks of the flag. The Don has many tricks up his sleeves, many catchphrases to get us through 2023. Here's hoping. As long as you folks out there are entertained, that I can sleep soundly at night, dreaming about mashed potato and carbohydrates. As Kemal shoving from the button with the King Jack off suit for 12 bigs. Dennis calling the 8.35 and is ahead. All the luck has been going his way so far. Will Kamal stop that in its tracks? King Jack 48%, Dennis 52. The flop is King Jack 5. 2 pair for Kamal. Great start. The best of starts. Turn is a 4. And that will turn the tables a small bit for Dennis. He's back down to 5.1 million. He's took 2 significant hits now. Still playing an amazing stack, but not as big as 7.5 million. He took, had his stack decimated by nearly a third. He had 7.5. And Kemal surviving indeed, doubling up in fact. Thanks for joining us, Apocalypse. Sweet dreams about WrestleMania. And hitting someone over the head with a steel chair off the top ropes. As Johan says, it's too light of a call. I do not think it's too light of a call. Putting against big blind. Kemal being an aggressive enough player for me to call with ace X in the big blind. Lorenzo min raising to 160k. The hijack with the ace 4 diamonds. Then after making that really good folding Mikel in the big blind, ace 9 of clubs. 80k for him to call. Flop is king, queen, 3, 2 diamonds. Goes check, check, and the turn is the ace of hearts. Bet a 200k from Lorenzo. Flush draw, no flush draw, top pair. Mikel with a better kicker, of course. We'll see the river. River is the 6 of spades. Quickly going, check, check. And that's going to bring us to our first commercial break, ladies and gentlemen, but stay tuned for lots more action from the Italian poker sport, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov, back in a few moments.
used to do when I started my career is I played cash as my job.
To build
That's
up
to
the
pay
bank.
the bills. And then at night, I would go play these like nightly tournaments at dessert.
Right.
So I was playing 10, 20 limit hold'em, making about $45 an hour.
Yeah.
You know, and then I would go play these $20 tournaments of 3-buys at night because I enjoyed them, right? But it wasn't like something that I looked at as like, oh, that's a stable living, right? Like without the cash game come, tournaments are nuts.
Yeah.
So it's much more difficult.
That makes a lot of sense.
So like I would stick with, I mean, I don't know how your brain works in terms of like learning two things at the same time or how much it would sacrifice, but like if cash games is where you make the majority of your money, I would, you know, still do that and then like, you know, seep into tournaments.
That's what I've seen a lot of the guys do, and it's crazy because like I'll cover you guys, you know, like anything higher than like a 10K, and I'll feel extremely comfortable in my knowledge and understanding of what you guys are trying to achieve. That's obviously a blanket statement, but you know, from a surface level. Yeah. And I do love tournaments, I do, but for me, I've just always treated poker like a lifestyle business.
Well, if you play cash, like most cash players that are good, that play deep, like playing tournaments is easier, except when it gets short.
Yeah.
So like you'll have an advantage deep
at the start,
right?
Yeah.
You know, when it's more like a cash game.
Yeah.
And then you'll just have to learn the nuances of like, you know, playing really nitty in spots and, you know, ICM, and boring stuff like that.
That makes sense.
Boring, but obviously really important if
That's
you're
the most important,
playing for money.
Yeah.
Like 2.3.
2 million back.
Thanks.
Right? 1.6. 2,060,000 back. If you want it.
All in.
Heath does announce all in with the ace-6.
The card, and then I'll have to look at the other one.
See what D-Nex wakes up with.
That's probably coming. Let's see what the other one is. Why is it always ugly? Oh, never mind. That's plenty. Plenty good against this man. He goes only with 9-4 suited. I saw him before. Huh? You saw him before. Okay, I'm all in.
D-Nex makes the call. Cards on their backs.
Oh, he has an ace? How do you get an ace?
Ben Heath.
Remember what we were saying about best hand? Let's have the worst hand win.
Came into this final table as chip leader.
Yeah.
Have a good hand. I shoved.
Yeah.
Been a bit up and down if he can hold here.
He would have shoved. He would fold ace-6 off for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Play suited.
He will stop Daniel Negreanu
King.
right in his tracks on winning bracelet number 7.
Where's the spiel about the best hand winning now?
That's what I reversed it. Like, well, let's forget all that.
To the flop, ladies and gentlemen, and it is a king in the window.
King.
Trip kings for Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, it's not over yet.
Hunting bracelet number 7 and in great shape to get the double here. Needs to fade the running Broadway of running clubs, and Ben Heath is dead on the turn. Would you believe? Chat, is history about to be made here in Rozvadov?
Got the defensive.
Daniel Negreanu doubles up to 20 big blinds.
People on stream who are wondering why you're calling King 8.
Right? It's like
The completely unrelated hand from the stone bubble.
Because there's so many times, man, when I'll come to a series like this and I'll be in the booth and I'll just be like, I wish I was out there playing. Like, I wish I was out there playing.
The Triton events here, anytime I miss them and I watch them on TV, I'm like, fuck, I want to get on a plane now, and it's too late. I get such FOMO from watching them.
No, I can imagine. I can imagine someone like yourself as well that like plays those higher buy-in stuff.
Yeah.
I'm talking more about like the 2Ks and the 5Ks. I'm like, damn, you know.
Yeah. No, for me, because also, like I play at the Poker Go studio, right? And you know, it's limited because the Asians can't come, Canadians don't come. But then you go to these Tritons and it's like the fields are 8 times bigger. Yeah. You know, huge prize pools and stuff like that, and they look really juicy. So I definitely get the FOMO from that. But I want to play whenever the next Triton is. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think anything's been like officially announced yet.
I was surprised I came here because I was like sort of a little bit last minute. Leon texted me, showed me a schedule, and all of a sudden I was, this might be fun. And I had the itch, obviously, after winning the Super High Roller Bowl.
Yeah.
I feel like the meta is in a good place for me right now, and I'm in good control of it.
Yeah.
In terms of, you know, just controlling the pace of play, if you will. So I want to strike while the iron is hot so people figure out what the hell I'm doing.
That's good, man. No, I'm glad to hear it, because I know it was pretty brutal. I remember watching you get to a point where, especially like the Poker Go tour, yeah.
Selfie stick.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't see that.
Oh man, I
didn't
trashed
see that.
the selfie stick. You know, that was a 250K. And I was like,
that was WSOP.
Yeah, I was on my second bullet, you know, whatever, 210s against David Peters.
Yeah.
Runner spades, he hit, you know, and
Yeah.
I just was like at my peak, and I had this selfie stick, and it sort of half broke, and I just threw it on the ground. And then Justin Bonomo said I beat women.
I mean,
as a result,
that's just
I broke a
Justin
selfie
Bonomo,
stick, and he's like, well, this is clearly a sign that women are afraid to play. I'm like, have you ever watched sports in your life? Have you never seen a football player throw his helmet, a golfer throw his, you know, stick? It's called passion, buddy.
It's going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen.
Martin Cabral, maybe? I don't know. It looks like Martin Cabral.
Just me and Canada?
Me and Canada. And D-Negs, you're in rough shape, mate. Not anymore. Daniel Negreanu flopping trips. Daniel Dvoris with the nut flush draw. 560 in the middle already. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. Hand number 3 of this 50K. Note the stack to pot ratio. Around 4.
160. 1 bet 160.
Dvoris going to continue for small. In the form of quarter pot. Man, D-Neck's just gonna click it. Clicks it to 360. And I was speaking to D-Negs. Went to pick him up from the airport. He's telling me about some of this new funky stuff he'd been working on, and I gotta admit, I'm a big fan of this. I mean, you could get Dvoris to just pile here. Although Dvoris blocking some of the King Jacks, Jack 10s of the world. That may try and get a sneaky one through. Yeah, Daniel was telling me how he's been coming with, you know, some limps, some like 4.5x, just taking some really unorthodox lines, some quirky stuff. And look at this. Daniel Negreanu has leveled Dvoris into 3-betting on the flop to 800K.
Oopsie doopsie. Oopsie doopsie. I might be fucked here, but I'm not.
5 seconds.
All in.
2 is all in.
Yeah, fuck it. I mean, if you got it, you got it. Just what are you gonna do, right? At this point, you got to play to win. All of it.
How much is it? Can you get a count?
Let's see. Okay, we got
Announces all in.
that he asked, right? Because then he's probably doesn't have a queen. 1.1.
Daniel fading the snap call.
1.6.
Absolutely loving this.
No, you can't. You have to pause the clock
Yeah, he gets
while
it
you're
at
counting.
20. So that's 1.6, 1.9. This is more than I thought. Okay, 2 million.
He could effectively increase his stack by over 50% without seeing Eternal River. Dvoris just going to run the numbers in his head. Chat, I do apologize. I'm so confused as to didn't hear call announced or anything. Cards are on their backs. The dealer didn't say call.
I'm trying to calm myself because I have PTSD being all in.
This is a chip lead pot.
Stress disorder. Okay.
Ace on the turn. Changes nothing, although Dvoris does pick up an additional 2 ounce. Ace or a spade needed. for Daniel Dvoris. And there it is, 6 of spades, corner
Nobody
pocket.
would believe me, I promise you. Nobody would believe me of how, like, I could feel that one. I could feel it.
6 of spades, corner pocket, and we're going to lose Daniel Negreanu.
Oh, you don't need a fold, yeah. You got me covered, right?
Daniel Negreanu going to bow out.
No, no. If anyone knew, I swear. Like, I guess you guys see it. I'm always on TV when it keeps happening. Oh, boy.
Yeah, you almost have it. That's every fucking 3 days.
Wow. As I said, we have PTSD with you, Daniel.
I'd never go all in. I don't think I'd ever be busted.
That is how it works.
Eight of diamonds flashed. Sean Deeb snap mucking the Queen 8. Timothy Adams gonna click call with the pocket fives. He is flipping.
Maybe this is what the
Chat, I will catch up with you after this hand.
some of the all-ins and
all-in and calls.
5 away
I mean, it's been pretty fast-paced.
from either being down to 4.
Like, as a spectacle.
As you have
Don't give him all, but don't fucking tell him.
favorite spots. Oh wow. I mean, I had naked sixes. Like sixes, the worst. I mean, the way my range plays is like the worst pair, and it's just like, yeah. Are they gonna deal the turn? I mean, it's just like a nasty spot. Sure. That was such a long.
Sweaty turn card. Orpin looking for a 6, 8, 10 or a king to eliminate Timothy Adams, and it's the King of Hearts on the river. One of the best players in the world, Timothy Adams, fresh off of his 100K victory here just a couple of days ago, comes up short in bracelet event number 11, 5th place for 159,000 euros.
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back for more action. The Italian poker sport main event live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Mad Pot opening up the action here. Small blind now 50k, big blind 100k with 100k running big blind ante. That's 50, 100, 100. Mad Pot coming in with the raise to 240 with the Queen Jack off suit. Dennis with the 3-bet to 625 on the button with Ace King offsuit. Dennis will take that one down and be back up over 5.5 million. KML asked before the break, what does my diet consist of nowadays? Am I doing full keto? The plan is to do it until Paddy's Day, thereabouts. Been eating a lot of protein, back training. Box breeding and mindful eating, raw eggs and raw legs. Try to keep under 50 grams of carbs per day. That's including the fruit I eat. So room for a very small amount of chocolate. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Cyprian shoving with Ace King off suit. Glenn with the Jeffries. This is going to be too strong of a hand to pass here for an all-in, even though it came from early position, but they're not playing that. They're not playing nine-handed. I will answer your question now in a moment, KML. Got myself some coffee, so watch this space. Very late for coffee, but that's the way she goes sometimes. Got a legend in the chat. Sidka, hello, welcome. There's a €380 buy-in, sir. Hope you're well. I can't believe Glenn is passing here. Massive fold. Really deciding that his opponent, and it looks like this is going to pay dividends because his opponent waking up with two black ladies in the small blind behind him for just over $1 million. This is going to be the classicest of races. Enrico 55%, Cyprian with 45%, 2.3 million in the middle. Ace in the window, ace, 7, deuce is the flop, 2 hearts. Turn is the 7 of hearts. And the river. Enrico cannot spike a lady. He has been eliminated, and Cyprian will play 2.9 million now. Unlucky for Enrico, a good sport at the table. Couldn't get the job done against Ace King on this occasion. So disgusting, that river. When your man folding jacks would have spiked a jack on the river.
If you would have seen my cards with God, I don't want to flip now. Yeah, exactly. You play for so many hours to flip. And don't mess with the giraffe, yeah? Yeah, don't mess with the giraffe.
I said, don't mess with the giraffe. You play this many hours to flip. He said, if you could see my hand, would you call? And he said, no. Interesting. So KML, I'm eating a lot of protein, so salmon, as much steak as I possibly can. I fast one of the days during the week, give my body a chance to reset, and I do intermittent fasting most days also. I'm just eating meat and fruit. Some days I eat veg with my dinner, some days I have fruit in the evenings, and sometimes few days of the week I'll have an avocado. Yeah, I can't fold jacks there, but I am on the gamblier side of things. Can't help it, it's in my nature, it's in my culture. Yes, KML, it's an everyday thing, but you're only as good as your last piss. Never mind your last day. So as well as I'm saying I'm doing now, it could all have changed within a day or two. It's great that it does take proper dedication, and I'm doing very well on this occasion, but I'm very mindful that it's not going to be for much longer. And Safwan with the 3-bet to 650, Kamal with the call of 400. This is a bit unorthodox with this stack size. You kind of want to just put it all in with your 8s or fold with this much chips behind, but he does decide to peel one off on 10, 3, deuce, 2 spades hits the flop. Amidio asks how many people are in. You can see the top right hand corner of your screen, you can see there are 110 players remaining from a starting field of 5,166. And Safwan putting a bet together. $275 is the raise, or is the bet, my apologies. And Kemal deciding to just call. A lot of times here you would protect your hand, and if someone had you beat, you'd had you beat. Just deciding to call, and look how much money he's invested in this pot now, not knowing where he's at. No man's land on the turn, and Safwan not going to love that ace of diamonds. Will check behind. Or will check over to Kamal. See, Kamal is in position. Kamal's going to go for a tiny bet here. This is very unorthodox. Not sure how much I like this. You're not really going to get Safwan to fold anything for this sizing. And he did 3-bet pre. So Safwan really going to hit hard on this turn. River the ace of spades. Safwan checking again, and it's going to win a nice pot of 2.55 million. Very well played by Safwan, getting the maximum out of his opponent on all streets and pre-flop really. Jamal, that's a very good example of the first mistake he made with the pocket eights, calling pre, cost him way more chips post flop. This can be often the case with mid pairs. When we go post, it's best to just put them in pre, fold or jam. When we call, we've invested too much of our stack, and it just leads to us making more bad decisions on flops, turns and rivers. on 8-5 deuce. Going check, 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 and the turn another 8. Mad Pot betting 340k. Safwan going to see a river. The river is the 5 of diamonds. Mad Pot reaching again. I wonder if Mad Pot is his rapper name. $8.75 and Safwan quickly calling. Mad Pot going to lose a considerable portion of his stack, and Safwan really navigating his way up over the 5 million mark from 2 players at the table. Very good start to him for him on this level. KML asks, what do I have with me salmon? Well, salmon was just today. I don't have fish that often, just once a week. Well, basically what I go for in the air fryer is a piece of meat, usually steak, and some veg, usually broccoli. I don't eat anything until after I've trained, so I train fasted. I take cold showers and I do meditation and breathing. Reading books. I'm in college and then commentating, and I like to do stand-up comedy and DJ, so I have a lot going on. I need to be fresh, but my go-to would be a piece of steak and some broccoli. I can eat as much cheese and bacon as I want, that's important. I can get all the fats I want in. Avocados, 3 pieces of fruit a day. As Kemal sticks the last of it in. But if I'm a bowl boy and I go over my quota, I just feel so sluggish and horrible. And then when I go back into keto, so it happened to me last weekend, getting towards the final table, I realised I'd eaten too much biscuits. You're not the first person to call me mad. Maybe I am a bit of a mad Dan. Got to be a little bit mad to succeed in this world. There's Kemal all in with the King Queen off suit for 775. Just 8 big blinds total. Safwan folding. Mad Pot all in over the top. 6s, we're off to the races. Mad Pot with the 2 6s, Kemal with King Queen off suit. 56% for the King Queen, 44% for the 6s. Queen 5-3 is the flop. Mad Pot getting outdrawn here by the King Queen so far. Top pair King kicker. Turn is the 7 of spades, and Mad Pot can hit it straight with a 4, or he's going to need a 6. He cannot hit, and Mad Pot, bing bang boom, just like that. He's going to have 750k left. Yes, cold showers are fantastic. I get a 2-litre bottle of ice cold water and put it over my head. I don't have an ice bath just yet, or a sauna. That is 2 things I would love to have. Having a cold shower reduces anxiety and stress. It's really good for your muscles after training, and it makes me clear-headed, especially if I'm commentating. I notice the difference if I do or don't do that. I stick my head in the fridge after I get a bad beach. It's a bad cooler. I stick my ears in the oven when I'm on a heater just for some extra run good. And when I want to gamble, I stick it all in and think of Ireland. That's just my MO, my mode of operation. Cyprian is calling the 200k raise from Premzilrada. I'm just going to call him Prem for the minute. Cyprian with the ace-5 flopping second pair. Nut kicker. $1.2 million in the middle now as the 9 of clubs hits the turn. Check from the ace-10, and now Cyprian all in on the turn here. I don't really like this shove. It's overkill. He could bet small or just check. We have a pair of 5s. We do need some protection against draws and spades. But when we bet like this, we're just going to get called by better, and we fold out all the things that are worse. So as played, I would like to bet somewhere about 450, 500k, 1/3 pot, 40% pot, no more than half pot, or just check. Both options are fine, but going all in for twice the pot is just overkill. We're asking for trouble as 100 players now remaining. Yeah, KML, that's just my top tip after training. Start lukewarm if you have to make it colder and colder. And then when I got used to it, I just poured 2 litre bottle of ice cold water over my head. It really would wake you up for the day. It can decrease stress and anxiety for up to 24 hours at a time until you do it the next time. It's really good for your heart. It's really good for your capillaries, your veins, and your vascularity in general. I haven't got to the stage of jumping into ice cold plunge pools just yet, although when it's the summer I have a place I cycle to. I can hop in the water and then cycle home. It's about 30 kilometers total. It's a really nice cycle. Doesn't happen too often, as Safwan has the King 10 of hearts, playing 5.1 million, start the hand, 51 bigs. Safwan will take the blinds and antes.
You see in 2 hours. 2 hours, the break. I think it's better.
Yeah, I think that was a good idea. We will call him Prada. Prada getting out of the way. Safwan out the way. Had pot follows all the way around to the button. Lorenzo and Kemal. Glenn giving a walk here now with 15 bigs at the 10-8 offsuit. You could just see a flop there, limp. You could go for a raise. I know 15 big blinds is too much to jam, but just giving away our small blind like that, if we do that a few times, it really, really adds up. Big High asked how much do they play today. Because there's so many runners, it's going to run a little bit more, so you get burning that midnight oil. We've got a couple more levels to go yet. 3 or 4 levels, I believe. Yeah, we will have 3 more levels after this one. Safwan raising to 220 with ace-4 of spades and Cyprian calling with ace-jack off suit, and Glenn getting out of the way on the button with king-queen off suit. Seven-5 deuce is the flop. Quickly goes check, check. The turn is the 3 of hearts. Safwan with the straight, nailed. I bet about 350 here. 325 is the bet. Cyprian calling 325k to see the river. The river is the 6 of spades, 1.34 million in the middle. Bit of an action killer for Safwan if Cyprian did have a calling hand. Safwan, what's the bet about 750 here, 675, something like that. Tries to go for a full million. Quite a large bet. Targeting a hand like 8s, 9s, maybe 10s that didn't 3-bet pre. Ace 7 suited. Maybe even a set that Cyprian might have slow played. Although that holding is quite unlikely. Wow. Cyprian calling with just ace high. That is a wild, wild bluff catcher to call a million chip bet with on the river. Safwan winning another huge pot. That's 3 for Safwan just on this level alone. A force to be reckoned with. Christmas coming a little bit late for Safwan. Johan. We're into February now, but doesn't look like he's waiting until Christmas coming around a second time. Getting all his presents early and late, it seems. Mad pot all in under the gun. Ace 7 off suit for 750k. 7.5 big blinds. Gets to take that down before the blinds and antes hit him. All in and call. The kings for Prada. Mad Pot rejamming with the ace-8 with not much behind in the big blind. 1.95 million in the middle. Prada out in front. Must have beat a king or two folded. 65-35 for the kings. Mad Pot needing an ace or something to that effect, and he gets one on the flop. Ace 9-3. Turn coming a 10 of spades. Prada needing a king on the river, or Mad Pot will double up. Mad Pot, sit back down. Your run ain't over yet, buddy. Prada going to be left with 7 blinds now. As KML says, if he had 5-5 he would win. Kings can't beat ace-x. It's hard to beat the kings of kings, but sometimes that ace just finds a way. The kings of kings are never that far ahead, it seems. Plenty of times the Barry comes popping around the corner at kings. Always the surprise around the corner, of course. Sometimes it's on the river. Mikel in the hijack, min raising with the king 10. Prada in the cut-off pocket sixes. Good opportunity here for a rejam for the 7 big blinds. decides against it, lets it go. Mikel takes that one down, adds 250k to his stack, playing just over 5.5 million now. Dennis with the raise to 210k with the ace-9 of diamonds, and Prada in the hijack. This is just too good of an opportunity for the rejam here with the ace-jack offsuit. Playing 7 big blinds to start the hand. Not going to find much better opportunities, and does he just call? Oh no, he moved all in, thank God for that. Flatting would be a disaster. So all in and call, 1.65 million in the middle. Prada with the ace-jack offsuit. Dennis with the ace-9 of diamonds. Ace-jack 7 is the flop. Top 2 for Prada. Dennis can hit runner. Just a deuce of spades on the turn. Prada will double up. Mikel min raising with the queen jack offsuit. Safwan picking up the two ladies. 3 betting. 600k. And Lorenzo in the small blind with ace queen off suit. All the queens are out, lads. Moving all in for his last 2.28 million. Safwan with the quick call. $5 million in the middle, up for grabs if Lorenzo can spike an ace. But he is all in that risk. The flop, king 7 5. 1 diamond, 2 hearts. Turn is the 8 of spades. Lorenzo needing an ace on the river or his main event will be done. Oh my god, he hits the Barry. Hits the Barry. Safwan forced to send 2.2 million of his stack across the line. He would have been up almost 10 million there. Big hit for Safwan. Still be playing a stack of 46 big blinds, but you don't want to lose too many of them ones. You don't have the opportunity to really. You'll be out the door yourself. Big moment for the Barry on the river. 50 big blind pot indeed. Glenn Davies has not played a hand. He has had to fold a few monsters, but he didn't have to. But that 10-8 of clubs was a good fold when you break it down. I mean, you can't really call off your tournament anyway, but some players will just get it in. They think they have too many outs. Blinds are up. Small blind 60k, big blind 120k with 120k running big blind ante. Yes, if one will bounce back, it's not his first rodeo. He calmly put together the chips and sent them across the line, like didn't bother him, but it will affect you mentally. It's not possible. The difference of you playing 46 bigs and just shy of 100 is monumental, really. Swings and roundabouts are the way of no limit hold'em tournaments, especially ones that get 5,166 runners entries. Just incredible amount of entries for this one, breaking all records. And Kemal raising to $250,000. Glenn Davies going all in with pocket nines in the small blind for 1.2 million, so 10 bigs. And if Kemal was ever thinking of folding this, he should have just jammed himself, because it's just going to be too strong of a hand button against small blind here. Wow. I don't care how wide or how tight Glenn has been playing. That is a wild raise fold from the button off this stack depth. Small blind range is quite strong indeed, but surely the intention is to raise call both stacks. When we raise from the button there into the small and big, if we have a problem with raise calling, then just jam. We're not just going to fold ace jack off on the button, and maybe we get Glenn to fold a hand as strong as nines, who knows. But putting in 240k and folding for the 1 million behind is just too tight, in my opinion. But I do recognize that that would look like a very strong jam, considering there is a very limited amount of fold equity. Good night, Johan the man. Thank you for your help. Safwan, 1.3 million to call, having opened Cyprian shoving for 1.55 mil behind with the ace jack offsuit. And Safwan will be calling this surely for 10 big blinds more and a little bit of cheese on top, closer to 11. Don't see Safwan passing here. But he does decide he can put his chips to better use at a table like this, and decides to edge pass with ace queen. Wasn't expecting that. Folding is contagious, says Original Muffin. Indeed. Mal from the hijack, shoving all in with the ace queen off suit. Kemal taking down the blinds and antes with his ace queen. Paying 1.5 million now. Mad pot with the raise, the 325 with the ace queen off suit. As somebody smashes a glass in the background. Mazel tov. And the crowd goes wild. Safwan, not so much looking shell-shocked. I'd say he's very tired. It's 3 AM now in Rozvadov. Players will have been playing a long time. Play on, player. He did lose a considerable portion of his stack and then didn't call it off with the ace-queen. Will be playing on his mind. Not sure what Pratt is thinking about here on the button with 9 deuce offsuit. He does let it go. Safwan in the small 9-8 offsuit. Mad pot with the jacks. Bit of 130k and a call on ace 8 deuce. Turn is the queen of spades. Quickly goes check check and the river to 6 of spades. Safwan probably not going to be giving his opponent credit for an ace often here. Bets 150k, believing he can get called by worse. Safwan not going to believe this when he sees the jacks. Isn't it mad the difference a few hands can make? He had an unbelievable start to this session, and then this level he's lost a lot of it back. Yeah, it's just a blockerish sizing you're seeing KML. He could check or bet a big size, but if he checks, he could be facing a bigger bet than 150k, so he doesn't want to pay off more. Mad pot showing a propensity to be a big time bluffer. KML says, yeah, but the blocker makes no sense. He doesn't need to show down to know he is beat. If the villain bets, he is beat. Villain's not going to bet a worse hand than this on the river. But then we just check fold, right? If that is the case. Cyprian just shoving over the limp of Mad Pot. Mad Pot folding is ace-5 showing it. So chip leader at the table is Mikel with 42 bigs. Short stack is Prada with 11. Himal 12. Glenn Davies 14. Cyprian 19. Madpot 21. Safwan 31 after his few hits to his stack. He's lost nearly half of what he'd gained. Dennis 38 bigs and Lorenzo 41. The two Italians fighting it out for the chip lead. Chip lead at this table. Mal, ace, king of spades under the gun, 12 bigs. Just want to be shoving this one. A little bit more, we could min raise. Min raise, not the end of the world. Actually, might prefer this than a jam. Sometimes either or is fine. 10 big blinds or less, I think we just want to be going all in. Later position, we will min raise more often. Lorenzo shoving from the small. Parada, king queen of diamonds with 11 big blinds. Stuffs it all in. They are playing 9.5 hours total so far. About 30 minutes before that, about 9 hours. Just trying to work backwards from the 30-minute delay. Yes, it's been a very long day on the players indeed, but they're running on a certain amount of adrenaline. Overtiredness kicks in. So important to stay focused at this late stage, stay composed. A lot of commotion happening in the background, but as you would expect, a lot of atmosphere on a Sunday night. Dennis calling in the big blind for 135k more with the ace-4 of diamonds. The flop is ace-8-8, 1 diamond. Safwan with the king-9 of clubs. Bit of 150k in a call. Turn is the 8 of hearts. Dennis checking the second time. Safwan checking behind. Now, it's value time for Dennis. Don't want the river to go check. I bet something around 400k. Goes for 210. Safwan sniffing this one out, not going to call and lose more chips with just king high. I don't know how much of a how much a bluff raise gets induced in that particular situation, KML. King high can call, yes. Maybe his sizing was good and 400 was a little bit too much. But rare we're going to see someone bluff raise on that river. Not so much, well, it's a brick river, but I just don't see it happening that much. But it is interesting that you mentioned the bluff raise on the river when we donk. This donking has been happening a lot in all sorts of tournaments, online, live. And if our opponent is donking into us too much on turns and rivers, even flops, maybe it's time to combat that with a raise here and there. Really zone into what our opponent has compared to what they're repping. Madpot asks for the triangle with 2 10s. And Prada, the under the gun raiser with ace jack off suit. Don't mind those graphics. There's an all-in in between these two players. Glenn looking at a 240k raise and an all-in from Madpot, and he there with 2 9s on the button. Yes, KML, if you donk river, a small size can be perceived as trying to buy a showdown with a small pair or king high. Really, really good players lately will donk on a river to induce a raise. I've seen it happen. Got to balance your donk leading on rivers when you have it and when you don't. But I think that's getting too much into the meta game, and sometimes you have to realize you just have to play poker. Don't be overthinking and over-analyzing everything, because there is the old expression, death by analysis. Prada looks like he's going to have to fold his ace jack. Madpot's jam looking too strong. No, the graphics were wrong, Tall Mountain. That's the pocket 10s you see in front of us now. It's a confusing game. Madpot only up over 3 million. Doesn't look like Prada's going to call this one off. Seen him play really tight in 2 spots now. Looks like he's changing his mind. He's stood up, trying to get a read. Hard to get a read off that fella. He's got the glasses, the hat and the mask working for him. Gets the clock called and passes on the last second. Was a long tank before folding there indeed, but title to take his time. Clock called on him. Mucked on the last second. I've seen players have the clock called on them change their mind and call on the last second. It was right on the line whether he wanted to call or fold. I do believe he was edging towards folding the whole time. He had been tangled in a few spots there where, look, he doesn't want his opponents to think he's just going to keep doing that raise fold off that stack size. Therefore, we've seen him take his time. Mikel. This is what I don't understand. Now Pratt is rejamming an ace-deuce offsuit from the small with very limited fold equity. And we see him folding the sixes earlier, and there was another tight spot, and the ace-jack on top of it. Well, it does get it down. Does take it down and get it done. Now he's paying 1.66 million, so what do I know? Debbie asks, how long are the levels? The levels are 45 minutes a pop. We got the night shift out of it because we had so many entries, Debbie. We had 5,166. 71 players remaining. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen. We played this level and 2 more levels tonight before it's all said and done. And we'll have a long day of action-packed poker from the King's Resort in Rosvedov tomorrow until we've crowned yet another champion. Three bet coming from Lorenzo to 550 after Cyprian opening. This is a click. He's clicked it back at him for 250 more. This is designed to just take control of the hand. It's a very small raise. Gets the call from Cyprian and King 7-3 rainbow. This is the problem with hands like pocket sixes. You're already facing 2 overcards on the flop, 1.4 million in the middle, and now you don't know what to do. If I'm Lorenzo, I'm betting very small here, like 350, 375. Gets the quick fold from Cyprian. Do not want to be betting too big on that board with top pair, top kicker and position in a 3-bet pot when the stacks are so shallow. Kim L says Glenn Davies has made some good laydowns, kind of impressive. He might go all the way if he can get some better spots. Well, this is the thing, these guys, they make these disciplined laydowns. Suddenly they get 2 double ups and they don't know what to do with all them chips they've got in front of them. But oftentimes it goes the other way and over cautious type players can get blinded out of the tournament. Glenn has had no choice with those pocket nines, the 8-10 of clubs, and there might have been 1 or 2 other situations. Oh, he also folded the jacks to the all-in. I think that might be a mistake. I know our opponent is shoving 13, 14, close to 15 blinds, but a hand as strong as jacks, we got to take our flips. And if we think our opponent could have 10s, 9s, 8s and 7s sometimes, then. And the big blind calling for Cyprian. And we've got a big race here. Glenn with the pocket threes, Cyprian with king queen of diamonds, 3.5 million in the middle, about 350. The flop, ace, jack, 7, 2 diamonds. Somehow the pocket threes are ahead, but not technically with the amount of outs the king queen has, and on the turn the 10 of diamonds sealing the deal. Cyprian getting considerable knockout and adding 1.75 million chips to his stack. Glenn got a feel for him. Few spots just not going his way, made 1 or 2 tight laydowns. Nothing he could do apart from those jacks, and that's why sometimes just if you lose the flip and you're out, then so be it. A lot, half the time I guess, if it's a coin flip, you are going to double up and have a very playable stack. It's just the way she goes.
If we deal now?
Me, it's okay. Let's play.
20,000.
Giraffe wants to play.
Yo, this is a lot. I didn't expect this.
Safwan deciding to raise the jack, 3 of spades from the cutoff. Perhaps a little bit frustrated. Zipring calling 250k in the small with king queen offsuit, and Lorenzo 170k more for him to call with ace-6 offsuit, and he has sniffed this out as weakness, and he's going to come in for a raise which looks like it's well over $1 million. Was basically an all-in if he's making it 2 million. It's an all-in against the small blind. He's committed to a 3.2 million stack. He has to really know his customer there. Basically committing himself to both players, it seems. Then forced all in under the gun with 5-4 offsuit. Prada, ace jack of clubs. Giving protection to Glenn. Glenn will get back to 500k if he can get something working with his 5-4 offsuit. 2 live cards. He's good for nearly 40% here. on the flop. Jack, Jack 6. Not much help there for Glenn. Trips for Prada. Turn is a 9 and that will do it. Safwan with the raise to 375 with the ace 8 of diamonds. As the blinds are now 80k, 160k, 160k, running big blind ante as 66 players remain. Safwan, just under 20 big blinds, picks up the Rockets. Cyprian, look at this. Oh my God, we've got action. The Jacks, the Jeffreys, Cyprian all in for 3.2 million, and Lorenzo in the cutoff with pocket 10s, but he is facing an open of less than 20 big blinds, albeit it is Safwan and Cyprian with the jam from the hijack. This is most likely going to get Lorenzo to fold his 2 10s, although it depends. It's not so much about the rejam of Cyprian, it's how light would Safwan raise sub 20 bigs into a full table here from under the gun +1. Wow. Pat yourself on the back, Lorenzo. Wicked fold, sir. Swan snaps him off. Cyprian's going to get very bad news. $6.5 million in this pot. King 7-7. 4 spades hits the turn. Cyprian down to his last. Jeffrey needs a jack on this river. He cannot get it. Safwan looks like it's going to be very close if he gets the knockout or not. Cyprian might have one big blind left. Skull Ammo asks Euro question mark. This is a €380 buy-in that smashed the whole off the guarantee. Nearly 1.7 million in the prize pool. Winner will get €213,000, and that's not including the 10 grand ticket. There are 66 players left out of a starting entry field of 5,166. Cyprian will be playing less than one big blind. Kemal with 6 big blinds. Prada 13, Madpot 17, Mikael 26, Dennis 28, Lorenzo 39, and Safwan has once more the chipped leader at this table, playing 6.5 million, which is good for 41 big blinds. And it seemed like it was going to go the other way for Safwan, having lost half his stack. But he's really regained his composure. Momentum shifting in his direction. All players guaranteed €3,074. Currently, Cyprian, the chance to triple up here. 9-8-8 comes the flop. Safwan with an open-ended straight flush draw. Turn seals the deal. The queen of clubs. We say goodbye to Cyprian. Very unlucky in the end. That was a massive pot he just lost with the jacks. Running into the aces, nothing he could do.
sul piatto così. Sì, sì. Dalle carte. Comunque sì.
Kel, a very excitable creature, takes down the lines and antes.
Magari ti sbrodoli pure, ti manchi la penna, il lato, casino.
Eccoli, grazie.
Lorenzo raising to 325 with the pocket fives, and Prada on the button, pocket nines. Goes with the rejam. Wow, wasn't expecting Lorenzo to call there. But the more I look at it, just about priced in for 11 big blinds total, 1.425 million more from the call. Ambitious against Prada. The nines way out in front on ace, king, deuce. Turns to 10 of clubs. Lorenzo going to need a 5 and a 5 only. Can't get the job done. It's a 6, close but no cigar. Lorenzo will now play 4.6 million and Prada will play 3.9. So Prada's patience paying off. For now, Kemal will be the short stack at the table playing 6 bigs. Safwan hasn't budged, he's still out in front, but 6.665 million. As B. Johnson asked, is that Finton? No, it's a very good friend of Finton's. My name is Action Dan Don Rankin, your broadcaster for the duration of the Italian poker sport event. Right on. Come on in, the water is lovely. We have this level and one more level to play tonight. As you can see, we had 5,166 entries for this one. 59 players remaining. All players guaranteed €3,074 currently. Yeah, it is insane considering it was a €380 buy-in, and they smashed the whole off. The guarantee was 1 million, and they reached almost 1.7 million, with the winner in this one going to be taking home €213,000, and they have that 10 grand ticket to play for. Also, top 12 finishers will take one of those with them for safekeeping. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen there are 59 players remaining. Kings for Mikel. Raise to 325 and round to the small blind. Lets it go. And our new player at the table, Flakowski, playing a whopping 7 million. Want to let this one go. Hoping to get action was Mikel, but it wasn't to be. Lee Johnson asks where Kings is located. It is located in Rozvadov, about an hour away from Prague. You can find out all the information about the resort itself at the website www.kingsresort.com. Mad Pot wants to see a flop with the Queen 10 offsuit, calls the 350 from the hijack. The original opener under the gun 1 for Prada with ace 10 of clubs. Oh, 1.1 million, and we'll see the flop 885. 1.1 million in the middle. This one, who wants it more? Prada will flop to continuation, bet on paired board, decides to check instead, is out of position. Bet at 325 from Mad Pot. You expect Prada to see a turn card here for this price. 1.425 million in the middle. It's getting nearly 5 to 1, but decides to let it go. Surprising. Not sure why he folded the ace 10 with backdoor clubs working for him and the betting initiative pre-flop. Just decided his opponent was stronger than he was. Mad Pot playing a very unorthodox style. Kell looking a little bit perplexed before mucking his Jack 8. Prada spooning a raise together there with the 8-3 offsuit, taking it down. Telling them to stop playing with the button. It's hard not to get fidgety sometimes. You get so used to playing with your chips all the time that other things start to get your attention also. On this occasion it was the button. Lukowski raising to 325 in the hijack with King 8 of clubs, and Safwan in the big blind with Jack 8 of diamonds, and the decision. Swan calling the 165k. 10-7-6. Great flop for Flakowski. Flush draw inside, straight draw. Go with his king high. Gutter ball for Safwan. Would make a high straight though if a 9 popped off. Safwan deciding to raise this one to 1 million. $700k more for Flakowski to call. I think we will see Flakowski just call. Doesn't make much sense to put more bets in and try to get more money in this pot. He's in position. They're both relatively deep here. Wow. Oh my God, what a card. Gives Safwan the straight all the way to the jack. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 jack. Giving Flakowski the second nut flush and a redraw to a straight flush. $2.89 million in the middle. OVB said what a card dead stream, and he's got the complete opposite. If you've just tuned in, OVB, you've missed quite the opposite of a card dead stream. Big massive pairs flopping and coming out everywhere. Aces, kings, queens, ace, king, nines, jacks. Let's get back to the hand in question. What size does Flakowski want to go? You want to go somewhere like around 1.2 million. Goes for 1.6. Yeah, actually a little bit more than 1.2 million. I want to set up a river jam. Just a call from Safwan. River coming to 10 of diamonds, and Safwan is going to absolutely hate this river jam. The board now pairing. Oh my God, Flakowski checking behind. What? How does he? Safwan getting away with keeping his tournament life here. Flakowski somehow checking behind with a second nut flush on a pair board on the river. It's not a good enough reason to just check back. Pot was massive. We bet 1.6 million on the turn to get it in on the river. You need to be so certain your opponent has a boat to just check back on that river. I don't think he can have a boat. The way it played out, we'd hear from a boat sooner. Or we'd hear from a set sooner that ended up being a boat. Surely. What an interesting hand, Flakowski. Wow. Sets do raise the flop bigger, or lead indeed. Now the pot was giant already, Flakowski over 10 million now. But being a hog, I like being greedy, hence the expression, as greedy as a pig. So therefore, I would have liked to not let our opponent away with that 3.2 million. Surely we just get called by all the straights. Also, our opponent could have trip 10s. Unlikely that he would call the turn with just a 10. We can also be up against lower flushes. There's just too many hands we get called by to go with just checking behind on the river. That's just how I feel about it. Page on blooming with 56 remaining. There will be a short break after this hand. Players will be exhausted now. It's nearly 4:20 at Kings, and they have one more level to go after the break. It's going to be an interesting last level. People will be tired wanting to bag up chips. Always creates an interesting dynamic. Prada raising to 325 with the ace-9 of hearts. Mad Paw calling into small with 10-9 off suit. Interesting. Lorenzo in for a penny, in for a pound. Calls 165 more with ace-4. Three-way action. Oh my god, 449. Look at this for a flop. 9-4-4 trips for Lorenzo. Top pair for Mad Pot with a 10 kicker, but it is Prada. The top pair, top kicker. This pot is going to get out of control. Can't see Prada getting away from this. Mad Pot all in. Maybe he has to get away from it when Lorenzo reshoves. I doubt he actually going to be back on Prada. This pot at 9 million. Prada surely going to have to let this one go. I know it's disgusting and it feels horrible. But he's worked the stack back up, got the double up, the whole shebang. Did he fold? He does get away from it. Mad Pot. Going to be out of here unless he hits a 9 or a 10. Or just a 9, sorry, not a 10. You'd want to hit running 10s to beat Lorenzo. Lorenzo 94%. 7.295 mil in this pot. Turn is the 6 of diamonds. Mad Pot needs a 9 and a 9 only. And one of them is already in the muck. Doesn't hit it. Lorenzo will win that massive pot. We are going to go on a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but stay tuned for the last level of the night of the Italian poker sport, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Back in a few moments. stacca 2 ore massimo. Sì, c'era un 9 solo nel massimo. Stanca sempre. Però infatti 5 minuti più di pausa.
Big fan of all of these 5 players, have done so much for the game already in their own respective ways.
Absolutely.
He's not happy.
I think Sean Deeb is the main man to go on and challenge Phil Hellmuth's 17 bracelets.
Yeah, I've got a bet.
Oh, you have?
Yeah, yeah.
What's the bet? Oh, hold that thought. Hold that thought, guys.
1,000% in the 8 game.
Daniel comes with call.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, let me think about it.
2.3 in the middle.
Oh, shoot, boy.
Ace in the window, ace 7-4. Couple of diamonds, saying with the jack of diamonds in hand. Came with the 3.3x pre. Gonna continue for small. Don't really see Daniel doing much other than just call here. 3.5 in the middle, Pourquoi. Jack of hearts on the turn, would you believe? He has turned a set of jacks, and Daniel Negreanu in rough shape here at this stack to pot ratio. What a sick turn card.
Henry celebrating that one like never before.
Not celebrating, pal, just sickened at how tournament poker works.
Check on the turn. 5 of hearts on the river. Backdoor hearts getting there. Daniel has the ace of hearts though. So I think if we see a bet from Foy, Daniel might well have to pay this one off.
Sick turn. Running hearts. Especially with the ace of hearts in hand, Negreanu likely to hero here.
2.8.
2.8.
2.8.
Just hoping that Paul's turning a hand like King Queen, King 10 with the King of Hearts, Queen of Hearts into a bluff. Does make the call, chip lead pot. Seng up to 11 million in chips. D-Negs down to 15 bigs. Nothing he can do, blind v blind with that run out.
Okay. We like that turn just a little bit, right?
I was not going to give up.
Yeah.
I tell you who loved that turn. Sean Deeb, ladies and gentlemen. Sean Deeb loved that turn. Do apologise, Pourquoi up to 2nd in chips, 36 bigs, 32% of all the chips in play.
December. So I'm going 7 hours back, right?
Okay.
So how
So
do
I'll explain how I did it from home.
Okay.
So what I do is, my flight left at 10 p.m.
Right.
Right? I want to wake up around, and it's 8 hours forward.
Right.
So 10 p.m. my time is 6 a.m. there.
Right.
2 hours into the flight, it's about 8 a.m.
Right.
So I'm gonna eat at midnight, right? That's gonna be breakfast. Before midnight, I don't have any food. I fast the whole day before noon. So like if you do earlier, it's even better. You know, anywhere from like 8 a.m. to noon, you have a big meal, satiate yourself, and then you basically the time that you will be asleep, you're not eating, right? Then when the new time, like, oh, I need to wake up here, it's like this is true in the animal world too. Like when they eat, that's the start of their day kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the body's tricked into thinking that, all right, this is the new beginning of my day. I fasted during sleep.
So you fasted from 12 p.m. your time
Yeah.
You
till
didn't go on
midnight.
the plane at 10 p.m. You didn't eat until midnight.
Yeah.
So you went 12 hours.
I did 12. Yeah, 12 to anywhere 12 to 16.
And that was 8 a.m. Okay, I see.
Yeah. So basically, like when I had breakfast, when I had dinner or breakfast at midnight, that's breakfast. Even though it wasn't a breakfast, but that was my new breakfast. Because I had meat, right? So your body's like.
I'm gonna give that a try.
Yeah, it's there's science behind it. I'm not just like old wives' tale from Phoenix. The real thing.
Yeah. I'll have to give it a try.
And then of course, let's say it doesn't work or whatever, and you're up at like 4 or 5 in the morning. Don't eat. Like, that's the key thing is like if it doesn't happen the first 24 hours, like always make sure that you're not like eating.
Right.
4 hours before you want to wake up, because then you're gonna stay all fucked up. This schedule here for these events, though, it's so fucked up that I don't even know what time makes sense to wake up. Because I think I'm playing a lot of 4 p.m. tournaments.
It's pretty late.
Yeah.
Pretty late.
4 p.m., 6 p.m. till 2 or 3.
Max Hansen was his real name. Won like an EPT.
Oh yeah.
Like oversold in another one and scammed people a bunch. And now he's dead.
Let's move it along. I'm sorry I brought it up.
He goes in now. He just goes in now. He's dead.
Hey, you suck out of me, you eventually die. That's the rules.
Fair enough.
I rarely get in ahead, so most of you guys are safe.
That's some brutal table chatter. Not gonna lie. Anyway, moving on. Here we are. Green Dreams, I believe the answer is yes. Over 5,000 of you tuning in across the board as we jump back into this. How about that for a flop, ladies and gentlemen? Small blind v hijack could be absolute carnage. King Jack Jack, hand number 96 of the tournament.
He's got sweats, you know.
Adams with trip jacks, queen kicker, Pidden with trip jacks, 10 kicker, ace or a king would chop it. 2 to come, 1.9 in the middle. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gentlemen. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. We could be down to 5 after this cooler. Adams going nowhere.
12.
Understandably so.
9-5 to be exact.
Deuce of spades on the turn, changes nothing.
No.
Pidden, understandably not slowing down on the turn. 1.3 into 3.4.
You fully retired now, or what? Pretty much. Pretty much.
You know that spot where you folded the sevens?
No.
I opened into Tim's big
No active businesses. Yeah.
8. Yeah, super tight spot for me, obviously. What would you 4-bet versus or pass? What would
Adams just makes the call. 4 of spades. Backdoor spades do get there. 6 million in the middle. Don't think Adams will be folding to a jam if Pidden decides to. Does announce all in. And
can I just have a confirm account?
he's just going to ask for a quick count before flicking in the call, one would assume. And we're going to be down to the final 5 players unless Timothy Adams folds trips here. Obviously losing to ace jack, king jack.
Check.
Does make the call. Jack no good for Pidden, outpipped by one.
Good game, man.
And ladies and gentlemen,
Unlucky.
we are down to the final 5 players here
Good game, man.
in the 50k Diamond High Roller.
GG, man.
Sorry, I didn't realize you guys were...
So we lose Daniel Pidden in 6th place, 119,500 euros for his efforts.
What you had? King Jack and...
What's up? Good morning. Are you ready for today? Yeah. See you at Kings.
Renato raising to 12k. Luca in the hijack with ace king. We've got action here. This is going to be a big flip, one would imagine.
Can I have a count? How much? 47.
Is for almost his entire stack, but with a hand as strong as Jack's here, not going to get much better opportunities. Calls it off. All in the fella. Call the other fella. 301,000 in the middle here.
Good luck.
Must be a jack burned somewhere. Luca 57%. The Jeffries 43. Queen 8 deuce. Hits the flop, 2 hearts. Great start for Renato. Turn is the 7 of hearts. Great turn for Renato. Luca needing an ace or a king on the river. It does not come.
No, man.
Luca has been eliminated.
It's different in this situation.
Good game. Bro, you have to thank you. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Well, I'm a vegan, right? I've been a vegan for 20 years, and then I started adding muscle and like learning how to, do that on a vegan diet. And I have like a very regimented like structure for when I'm home and I'm like working out. Wake up 10:30, breakfast, in the gym at noon, 4 meals a day. I count my macros, I measure everything. That's when I'm like not playing World Series of Poker. During World Series of Poker, whether it's Vegas or Razvedov, I do whatever the hell I want. I eat candy, I eat chocolate, I work out if I feel like it, maybe not. I just all like devote myself to poker. But the idea typically is to be in shape before I start. So that way, I'm not like complete mess.
What is your favorite candy then?
My favorite candy? Man, jeez. Well, chocolate, right? Chocolate's not a candy. I guess it's but chocolate.
Which one?
Like just peanut butter chocolate cups, and you know what I mean?
Nice.
Like, come on, like they're good. And you can get those vegan very easy, just dark chocolate.
Yeah, good protein source as well. Good fat source.
Well, chocolate has protein.
The peanut butter.
Oh, the peanut butter. Well, yeah, a little bit, not a protein.
No, did it not? Oh, okay. I thought
a little bit. Peanut butter's like most like you said, it's a fat.
Okay.
With a little bit of protein. It's got protein. But
do you eat like any kind of supplements? Like maybe some like leon mushrooms or maybe something?
Well, when I'm working out, like I'll do like Usually after workouts, I'll do like I'll use protein powder and do a protein shake. But for me, like my main sources of food are like seitan, which is like vital wheat gluten. You can make it taste like chicken, beef, whatever, right? It's like a fake meat, pure protein, no carbs, no fat. And the other one is like tofu, and then also protein powder. I think a lot of people who go vegan, they make a mistake. They just eat a lot of beans, and then you end up farting a lot. It's like too much, so you don't want to do that, right?
I think also.
Start of the
we
day.
will not make it. We can bet.
This even way less people actually. Less people than the last time, yeah.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the last level of day 2 of the Italian poker sport main event. Flakowski, the chip leader, now playing over 10 million. Lorenzo, 9 million. Mikel, 4.5. Dennis, 4.2. Safwan, 3.5. Parada playing just under 3 million, and Kimal, our short stack, running on fumes with 3 big blinds. When the action gets kicked off again in a moment, the small blind will be 100k, big blind 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200. As Aaron Wilson Music says, she's a late one, sir. Indeed. But if you are just tuning in, you will realize why in a moment. We had 5,166 entries for a €380 buy-in, creating a prize pool of almost 1.7 million, smashing the whole off the guaranteed €1 million. We are on a 30-minute delay. We are live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov, as live as one can be for a live stream. It is a late one indeed. This is the last level. 45 minutes left of play. Aaron Wilson Music says, unreal, was on the road gigging, home late myself, chilling in for a bit. It's the way of the road, the way she goes. Are you in a band, or what were you playing? I presume it's music if your name is Aaron Wilson Music. Being on the road can be tough. Oh, you're a fellow Irishman. A one-man band. I can relate to that, sir. I'm a one-man band myself most of the time. I'm into music myself. I like DJing. I like poker, music, and comedy. They're my passions. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen, 53 players remaining. So pay jump has been reached. All players guaranteed over €3,000 now. Flokowski raising to 400k. Lorenzo calling from the small. Ace Jack plays 8th, plays 7th, 5-4-3 is the flop, 1.4 million in the middle, 2 diamonds on the flop. Lorenzo with a gutter ball for a straight. Kamal, the option, puts all. Here's 1.1 million across the line. And Flakowski is going to call. This might get Lorenzo to call also. Kemal will be thinking he's in dire shape here, but he's about 50-50 as we hit the turn. 4.7 million in the middle. Oh, the turn is the ace of spades, and that's dire card for Kemal. Lorenzo not going to be loving this one either. Goes check, check, and the river. The river is the 4 of spades. Lorenzo checks, Flakowski checks. Kemal has been eliminated. The pink chips are now in play, 500k a pop. Lorenzo with the raise, 2 500k. And Flakowski the 3 bet from the big blind with ace deuce offsuit. I like this from Flakowski. extends his chip lead up to 14.22 million now. I expect to see him be very aggressive the last level of the day. There's no reason for him to slow down anytime soon. Mikel trying to hide his excitement. Needs to be careful. He's giving away the strength of his hand too much, if you ask me. I wonder if Flakowski has read into this. No need for Flakowski to get out of hand here. Nice fold. Dennis could see a flop. Flop goes check, check quickly. Turn comes the 9 of spades, gives Dennis an inside straight draw. He can make a straight with a 10. Doesn't arrive, he's a pair of 8s. 1.1 million in the middle. This has been checked all the way to the river. No more checking for Mikel. There's no 6 card to come out. Now is the time to go for some value. Just 400k, 350, something along those lines. You're not going to get paid much more than the third pot. 400k is the bet. Looks like we're getting 2 new players at the table. Radek Belek and Nijo Brown. Eight players now at this table. $550 is the raise from Nijo. Radic coming in with a re-raise, playing over 10 million, 3-betting to 1.875 mil. Miguel gets out of the way with ace queen in the big, smiling and laughing and joking.
Maybe that you have something, please. Yeah? Ace queen. Yes, I prefer.
Radic taking the previous one down with his ace king of diamonds, picks up pocket eights now, the following hand. Seven deuce deuce is the flop. Prada defending in the big blind with his ace jack. 1.4 million in the middle. Radic with the over pair to the flop. This doesn't need to be bet too much here, just 350, 400 is what I was thinking, not 700. He's basically just saying, here, look, let's play for it all now or not. Radic takes it down. Mikel, this is... He got the aces, got the kings, now he's the queens. Two ladies on the button, says 400k to go. Klokowski. Ace queen off suit. Dennis with the rejam. Hello Cyprian, tuning in, eye blue. Unlucky in the end with your jacks, not much you could do. As Dennis makes the rejam from the hijack with the ace-10 of hearts. It must have been a very long day for all of you players. I can tell how fatigued people are getting on the last level here. Just astonishing numbers. Good run all the same, Cyprian. Now Flakowski, a genuine tank here because this is for another 3.1 million, which is almost 16 big blinds. But I do think ace queen off suit is going to be too strong here. We do have 13.7 million. Wow, this shows the power of the rejam. The rejam getting a hand as strong as ace queen to fold here on this occasion. As iBlue says, thank you, your stream made me come to the Czech Republic. You know what, I love hearing comments like that. Thank you very much for letting us know. I hope Kings has met your standards. I'm sure it did. And may the power of the giraffe be with you, sir. Flakowski, King Jack of Hearts. Flakowski will take this down. Draft power all the way. Good to hear that she'll be back. It is an amazing place yet. And if the numbers are this big and it's only the start of February, just think what it'll be like when we get into the third and fourth quarter, let alone the summer. Some massive tournaments over the summer. Just massive tournaments all the time, really. The series just get bigger and bigger throughout the year. With a buy-in range for every player, of course. 3.5 grand locked up for all these players with about a half an hour to go or less. You want to be bagging chips after playing such a long day. It ain't over till it's over. Dennis raising ace queen off suit from early position, and Mikel early position also with a dominating ace king. Just moves all in. You know what? That's not the worst all in I've ever seen. Granted, it's nearly 30 big blinds, but this late in the day, Prada not going to be able to do it much here with ace jack of spades, but it won't stop him from posturing for a couple of minutes maybe. As far as tournament, there's a raise and a jam. The raise coming from under the gun +1 and Mikel under the gun +2. Tall mountain ass, how many day ones were there? I think there was 5. Day 1E was the turbo that was on earlier. Much earlier today, like about 12 hours ago. That pocket 10's out of the way as well. 6 is out of the way. Is there what a lineup here. Ace jack of spades, ace king, ace queen, 6s and 10s. There's only 8 players at the table. Dennis agonizing over this decision, but Mikel has done nothing but shown the goods all day. And Mikel shows the best hand. Dennis will be able to sleep tonight.
it's difícil de jogar. You can sleep.
It's not exposing anything with it. I have ace king actually. It's no problem. And tell me after this stream. 15 minutes.
All the way around to Lorenzo in the small blind with king 6 off suit. He's going to min raise. That's not a min raise, that's a raise to 700k. I like this sizing. Price out the big blind from calling. Playing a massive stack. Shown to be a competent player. We don't want to be giving them reason to just flick in a min call for 200k more, so pricing them a $500,000 if they want to see a flop here. 3.5 times the big blind seems good. $10.85 is the flop. 2 clubs. Great flop for Flakowski. Lorenzo just with the check fold, very good check fold on this occasion, but a lot of players will stick around to see a turn card, backdoor straight draw with your king high, backdoor club draw. He decides to just check fold. Interesting. He's read the situation correctly and just check folded. Flakowski now playing just under 15 million. Flakowski in the small ace jack of clubs. Dennis playing sub 20 big blinds. Like this sizing, 3.5x. Dennis, don't think to play back with. Could size down a little bit with Dennis being sub 20 big blinds, but I think it's fine. Lorenzo min raising in the cutoff, Jack 10 off suit. Mikel calling in the big blind with ace deuce off suit. Flop is 5-4-4. Checks to Lorenzo. Lorenzo checks back. Turn card is a 9 of diamonds. $600k is the bet from Lorenzo. Delayed continuation bet. Might have took the initiative there if I was Mikel and bet on the turn. Check from Mikel. No, Lorenzo, 2.3 million in the middle. Gotta know Jack high is no good. And that's a slip up for me. For Lorenzo. I think Lorenzo should definitely be firing that river. If he bet the turn, he's got to bet the river. Jack high's not going to be any good. Mikel will be delighted to take that one down. Looks like the clock could be paused. I believe the clock is paused, which means there might be no more action, ladies and gentlemen. We may have just reached the conclusion of day 2. Of the Italian poker sport main event. And it is going to be one hell of a day tomorrow as we play down to a winner of this mammoth event. Crown a champion yet again at the King's Resort in Rosvedov, this time for the tune of €213,000. The first 12 finishers in this tournament will all receive a €10,000 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. It is all to play for.
How much? Sorry? 3 hands.
3 more hands.
Yeah, and everyone wants to go to the free.
Radek raising to 550. Miguel in the small blind, Queen 9 of clubs. Decides to let it go. Lorenzo with the min raise with ace-6 offsuit. Prada getting rid of the ace-deuce offsuit, and Safwan in the big blind playing 2.6 million. Moves it all in. Lorenzo won't be able to call it with ace-6 offsuit, and it'll be a really nice pickup for Safwan. But he does do just that.
Basta.
So this will be the last hand of day 2.
L'ultima si gioca.
Miguel in the cutoff, ace-3 off suit. Prada shoves with queen 9 of hearts on the button, and Safwan in the small pocket 5s. Prada shoving for 1.5 million, which is good for 7.5 bigs. Decision on Safwan, the last hand of the night, pocket 5s playing less than 20 big blinds, about 17 big blinds to start the hand. Safwan with the rejam, figuring his pocket pair is too good to pass up this opportunity, even if it is the last hand of the night. Flop is queen 8 deuce. Not a good start for Safwan. Good start for Prada, hitting his top pair. 3.5 million up for grabs in this one. Turn is a 9, and that gives Prada 2 pair. Safwan going to need a 5 and a 5 only on the river, or he is going to be out. Well, he won't be out. Sorry, he wasn't the at-risk player. He will still have 1.9 million. Good for 10 bigs coming back tomorrow, but he could have had a lot more. That is going to do it for tonight's action. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. Join us tomorrow, 2:30 Central European time, for loads more action as we will crown a champion of the Italian poker sport. For now, I would say my goodbyes. I've been Action Dan. You've been a great audience. Good night.